Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening, and welcome back to the channel. So it is Thursday night. I have the object on the workbench, which is preventing me from seeing the chat easily. So let me see if I can't move the chat window so that I can read it easily now. Looks like we have Thomas Armstrong, Dave's Vintage Apple Tech, Robert Fraze, Trina's Technobabble, Eric's Edge. Welcome, everyone. Yeah. Yes, Eric. My house could be considered roguelike. Certainly seems that way, especially on trash day. Which reminds me, actually, while I let you all stare at the pièce de résistance, I need to go do something really quickly before I forget. So, tonight I will be working on the TRS-80 Model 4P. I have it on the workbench. The work that I need to do to it is to lubricate the floppy drives, clean the floppy drive heads, replace the belts in the floppy drive, and if I get all that done and don't destroy anything, then I will even try to configure a Gotek to work with this TRS-80 Model 4P. And I realized, there we go, I didn't put the floppy drive belts where I would see them. Hi, Jeremy, welcome. All right. So I have the TRS-80 Model 4P here. This is the one that was in Channel Surprise Episode 2. Hence why I went ahead and put the 8-bit sticker on top of it. And as is last time, I am going to be creating this in a way that I can hopefully turn this into a video if I can get over my case of writer's block. Yes, it's number 2. I don't know exactly what that means, but I think they were numbered by whoever had these computers, and this one was number 2. Because even the lid has a number on it. And I don't think the keyboard has a number on it because the keyboard's permanently attached. Nope. But I did just notice that if anyone's wondering how badly the case is yellowed, the bottom of the keyboard looks to be more or less, well, not quite as yellowed. It still kind of looks slightly yellowed. But there's the comparative color. Oh yeah, also, before I forget, Robert Frace working on 2 4Ps and a Model 4, got them up and running, but have some dead keys on the Model 4, and a key on the 4P that keeps falling off. Well, this is my one and only Tandy at the moment. Came to me from Joe's Computer Museum. If you haven't checked his channel out, there should be a link in the video description. That's his sticker. But actually, before I forget, I ordered something else for this Model 4P. I won't be applying this tonight. but it looks really, really nice. So I do want to kind of show it off. But if anyone remembers from last time where I showed the computer, the case badge had fallen off. So from Newsoft, so it would be J North from Newsoft, I ordered a Model 4P case badge. And for those of you that are in the know of some of the Tandy conventions, which still happen, I believe Jay, along with a bunch of other people, will be at Tandy Assembly, which starts this weekend. So yeah, Robert, that came from Jay. It looks really nice. So it'll replace the blank area that is I may retrobrite. I haven't decided if I'm going to retrobrite this or not, so it depends on how badly I want to disassemble things. But yeah, it was missing the badge. It's missing the door on the back too. But yeah, it looks like a nice badge. It's focus camera. I don't think it's the metal-backed badge like the original, but it looks really nice nonetheless. Of course, I think getting a new metal-backed badge made these days would probably be really expensive. So, oh yeah, I thought about getting one of those power supplies, but so far, I decided I'd just try recapping the original and see how well that worked for me. But the reason why I haven't decided if I'm going to retrobrite the computer is because some of the keys are more yellowed than others, which tells me that I think the company that had these may have swapped keycaps at one point to make working keyboards. So, yes, Jeremy is one of his projects is to make replacement keyboards for computers. So I guess another thing I have is if the Gotek, because the other thing I'm going to do is try to configure this Gotek. Now, I'm not permanently installing this one because it's the wrong color. This is my beige one for whatever I need to use it for. But if it works, then I bought on eBay a bracket, which then Joe pointed out, you could 3D printed one, which, yes, I probably could have, but this has a nice textured front to it, which actually will look quite nice in the Model 4P. Now, I haven't decided if I want to replace Drive 0 or Drive 1 with the Gotek. I suspect I don't know that I want to replace both floppies. But I'm tempted to put this in place of one so I can at least use disk images. But I'm not going to use that tonight. But I did get it. It looks pretty nice. It was actually one of the eBay things I bought off eBay recently that turned out to be just as nice as it was claimed to be. Yeah, I thought about replacing Drive 0 too. Just because that probably would be the more logical choice. So, yeah, so anyways, I guess the one other thing, if you are happen to be at Tandy Assembly, then well, might notice that I am actually one of this year's Tandy Assembly sponsors. I'm hoping they update the posters. So, anyway, I guess I was one of the late additions. You can go to the sponsors page and see that I am a sponsor, but they last poster they posted to Twitter, my logo was not present because they, I guess, had to update it. So if you happen to be joining this stream from Tandy Assembly, then, well, welcome. Although, since it doesn't start until, I guess tomorrow, I guess you could be there and arrived early because you were traveling from out of the area. So, all right, let's see here. Well, all right, these are like the two. So I don't know if any of you all happen to subscribe to Adrian's Digital Basement, but his Saturday video was a TRS-80 Model 4P, and apparently when he tried to disassemble it, he had one of the same problems I did, in that I didn't realize that there were the two screws under the handle had to be removed. So, let's see, model serial number 1292. What serial number is this? This one looks like it is. Oh wait. I don't see the serial number label on it. I see the service center label. Well, I think there's a serial number label inside of it. Anyways, yeah. In fact, actually, Adrian had posted a question to Twitter because he was having trouble getting some software to run. And apparently, I was very close in my guess as to what the problem was. So, unfortunately, Adrian wouldn't tell me what the real problem was. He's like, you're going to have to watch the video. but he did tell me, he replied back to one of my suggestions. He was like, that wasn't it, but you are really close on the board as to where the actual problem was. So, I have been waiting in anticipation to see what the problem actually turns out to be. I don't know what Adrian's problem is. I do know that when Adrian tried to test his Model 4P, he was not able to boot Model 3 software and get a video image. But he got a video signal with Model 4 software or something like that. And I found that on the TRS-80.net website, there's a symptom chart, and I pointed out to him that apparently there's a adjustable capacitor that if the Model 3 software doesn't work, you might have to adjust it. I think it's like C11 or C111 or something like that. I don't remember what the number is right offhand. And he replied back, that wasn't it, but you are really close on the board. So I haven't had a chance to look back at the schematic to update my mental guess as to what his problem might have been. But I think there might be a couple 74 series logic chips in that area of the board. And knowing Adrian's luck with those logic chips, it would not surprise me if one of them is bad. But yeah, Adrian didn't tell me what the problem actually was, since I didn't guess right. But I was close. So, yay. So yeah, I think if I go back and look at the schematic, I'm suspecting there's a 74 series chip. Now, Thomas, if you're asking what's wrong with mine, this really need to lubricate the floppy drives. There's nothing wrong with it other than the floppy drives have, at this point, what, 40-year-old lubricant on them? So let me see here. I don't remember exactly when this computer was released in relation to how old I am, but I think the lubricant on these floppy drives and I might be about the same age, so it's probably time to re-lubricate them. Yes, Epitronics. Yes, I subscribe to Epitronics, and some of the things he disassembles are quite scary. Yeah, that is, yes, I do enjoy Epitronics. So yes, I guess the today's chat engagement question is the, I know a lot of the people in the chat, or several people in the chat, subscribe to all the Mac content producers. So, but I guess if you'd like to put in the chat a channel that you subscribe to that I guess is either computers or electronics related that people don't know about, that you think that people should check out, then put it in the chat. Big channels, small channels, doesn't matter. Although bonus points if you do recommend a small channel. But Epitronics, that's a good one. So yeah, if you want to, but of course, if you haven't checked some of these the channels of some of the people in the chat out, I know Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack has a small channel, and he occasionally gets the chance to live stream. Hopefully, maybe he might get more opportunities. Eric's Edge does a lot of live streams. He is a HyperCard aficionado if you are a Mac user, but he also gets some other interesting computers as well. And I see here, of course, there is Joe's Computer Museum. Joe sent this computer to me. Just trying to see who else. Trina's Technobabble, she streams. Dave's Vintage Apple Tech, he streams. In fact, I try to make it onto his Sunday work streams. So, and as you might figure from the name, Dave does a lot of vintage Apple Tech, but occasionally does get other items as well. So, and I do apologize if there's anyone in the chat that I haven't noticed you're in the chat yet. Also, I am doing one thing here before I forget so that I can update my thumbnail. Radio restorations channels. Thomas, all right. How's the weather on the eastern seaboard? Good question. All right. So, as many of you all know, Hurricane Ian made landfall in Florida. I think it was yesterday as a Category 4 hurricane. I am not exactly near Florida. I do know some people in Florida, and they are all okay. I did check in on them. At least the ones I knew that were in Florida. So I don't really know much about how bad it was in Florida, but I do or where exactly it made landfall. But I have seen some pictures that there were some pretty hard hit areas. I do know Ian has crossed the Florida, crossed the state of Florida. I guess the Florida Peninsula, is back in the Atlantic and is expected to make landfall. I think right now they're estimating it's probably be South Carolina, and they're also estimating that it might actually be hurricane strength again when it hits South Carolina. So that they're expecting that to be tomorrow. I do know where I'm at in Virginia. I'm not exactly near the coast, but I think they're still calling that we're going to get a couple inches of rain. So Ah, Sorcerer Stan, welcome. TJB Chris, okay. And the vintage collector. All right. Robert says it is already a cat one now, so yep. I don't always get to look at the news, but so yeah, they're expecting Ian will make landfall again in South Carolina, and the eastern seaboard's probably going to get rain of some amount. I think they're calling for a couple inches here. I'm several hours in from the coast, so if there were a hurricane to hit this area, by the time it would get here, it would already be a tropical. It would be no greater than a tropical storm by the time it would get here, because I'm that far in from the coast. Usually, probably it's down to a tropical depression. Hi, Bruce. Welcome. Yes, Bruce Frankus Creations. He does a lot of Macintosh repair videos. And if you ever want to know how to build an ultrasonic cleaner, Bruce has some videos on that. So go check him out. And Retro Techie, welcome. Bonsoir. Retro Techie does a lot of vintage streaming. So go check his channel out. All right, so what am I doing now? You're probably wondering, because I'm not repairing anything. Before I forget, because I like to use a picture of the board on my thumbnails, I'm just grabbing a couple of random photos of the main board so that I can go update my thumbnail. And instead of using a generic circuit board picture in the thumbnail, I'm going to I'll update it and actually have a picture of some part of this main board in the thumbnail. So you'll just bear with me one moment while I take a couple of... Basically, what I do is I just kind of take a bunch of photos, random angles, and of different interesting looking things on the board. And then when I go back and have Photoshop open next time, I'll take a look at all the photos I just took. And I'll pick the one that I think will make the nicest background on the thumbnail. And I will replace the stock image that I currently have with one of my photos. So basically, I just kind of like to, if there's like something unique on the board, like maybe a silk screen on the board that actually says Tandy or something, which actually I don't see on this board. Or usually I'll take one that has the processor in it. Or if there's like something that's significantly damaged, you might notice sometimes that's what makes it to the picture. Or just if there's a cool looking chip. Or in this case, on this Tandy, I'm taking a couple pictures that would include some of these bodge wires, because there's like a ton of bodge wires on this thing. So anyways, I would like to thank you for your patience while I do what I need to do so I can update my thumbnail. Also, that is usually a good sign if you ever wonder if I've opened a computer or not before I post the thumbnail. If you get the impression I've used a generic stock thumbnail or stock picture of a board in the thumbnail, then that's probably a good sign that I actually have not opened it, at least not all the way, before I do the first live stream. So anyways, that's what I wanted to do. Just wanted to... Oh, you know, there actually is one other picture I should take. Yeah, because it's kind of cool. I was like, wait a minute. I installed the graphics board, and it actually kind of looks cool in here. So actually, I don't normally do that, but I will, oh, you know, I think I smudged the camera lens. I'm gonna get a picture or two with the graphics board in the frame. And I don't know if I could find an interesting looking angle. Maybe not. Well, actually, I might need a picture of the graphics board for other reasons, so let me go ahead and get that. All right. Oh, and one other picture for when I do the video and decide that, you know, maybe I should actually put a picture of that in the video. There we go. All right. So yes, I guess if anyone was wondering what I did last week. So last week I recapped the power supply board and I installed a graphics board, but I haven't tested it yet because I didn't have any software. So, and I meant to, while I had the board out last week, I meant to take those pictures, but I forgot. So I think I'll go ahead and leave the screws out, and we'll go ahead and pivot this to it's actually one other thing I might do while I've got this open is I might take a quick peek at the analog board, because someone on the one of the TRS-80 groups on Facebook was having trouble with his 4P and is apparently looking for a flatback transformer. So I may take a quick peek at the analog board and take a picture or two of it so I can maybe help with that. Yes, Robert, that graphics card came all the way from Australia, from Dr. Ian. So, all right. And actually, I think I just realized that oh, no. I don't think I got to remove any screws. So it looks like the floppy drives, and now this is the point where I'm going to try to turn my TRS-80 live streams into some shorter videos. So let me see if I can't. So actually, I'm going to hit record on my camcorder that I'm using to that I'm using as my table cam. So it looks like to remove the floppy drive carrier, there's 4 screws here and then 2 screws here, and one of the screws I've already removed because it was also holding in the motherboard. So there's that. Yeah, TRS-80, the king of tracer repair wires. Yes. Yes, Eric, I do hope you can get your TRS-80 Model 102 running. So, did it work before you recapped it? Because it's also possible that it might not be, the problem might not be something you caused. It could be just something that failed or whatnot. Although I am glad you did say you did find that other capacitor. And yes, Thomas, I did recap the power supply. I didn't do anything to the analog board, but I did recap the power supply. Okay, so. Oh, yeah. Yes, Adrian's super mini mail call. Apparently he had Amtech Flux as one of the things he received. And I did notice, though, that even though Adrian said that it was the flux that Louis Rosman used. It appears as if whoever ordered it for him ordered the Amtech USA flux. So, or at least it looked like it. Oh. Well, hopefully you'll find the... oh, it may be the fake flux. Well, it might have been. The color did look funny. If it is the fake flux, well, they... then bad for us, because the labels certainly looked like the genuine stuff. Of course, that's exactly what the people that fake flux do. Because quite honestly, I thought the flux looked a bit more amber than it should have been for the V2. It's the problem Bruce had, yeah. Yeah, maybe it was the fake one. Okay, Nick. I don't know if the fake Amtech is better than the MG stuff. Ah, check the label with the UV light. Is it RetroTech? It actually does compute. I just need to re-lubricate the floppy drives. And to do that, I need to remove them. And to do that, I got to remove some painful to remove screws. There we go. Let me see if the floppy drive carrier is now loose. Probably is my luck that there's still some screw somewhere holding it on. Yes, apparently so. Okay, those two are out. Oh. All right, maybe this is the wrong way to do what I want to do. Yeah, I guess... Now, this is what I use, and the VS213ATF. It's not. This is not the stuff that Bruce uses. Bruce likes the other stuff. I know. I do have a tube of sample 88. They sent it to me when I ordered Flux last. Wasn't quite as impressed with the V3. Yeah, there are two more screws on. Yeah, I just saw them. Let's see here. I gotta find the screwdriver, because yeah, I can see that the it looked like the drives are still screwed in on the bottom onto the carrier, and yeah, I see the screws. Yep. Oh, and there's a spider that's been under there too. Yep, I see the two screws. Yeah, Bruce prefers ASM, he says. I found their V3 was more difficult to clean than the stuff I was using. Yeah, V3 might be easier to clean off than ASM. I don't I don't know that I necessarily agree that the V3 is easier to clean off than this. But then again, this stuff is probably not better for the environment. In fact, this stuff might be worse for the environment than the ASM or the V2 or the V3. Well, especially the V3. I mean, yeah, that'll yeah, V2 is easy. Yeah, V2, I don't know that I've used V2. So, oh. Well, don't be jealous, Jeremy. I can't get the plunger to stay in either. I just was holding it so that it looked like the plunger stayed in, but believe me, this will fall out. Yeah, I would like to know your impressions, Bruce, of how well this cleans off compared to the V2 and the V3. Because this stuff cleans off easier than V3, at least from my experience. Yeah, V3 will come off in the ultrasonic cleaner. This comes off in the ultrasonic cleaner, but it seems like I have to run the ultrasonic cleaner longer to get V3 off. Also, this, if I'm just using isopropyl, it takes less to clean this off than V3. At least that's just my experience. All right, I think I'm trying to figure out and remember where my long-handled screwdriver is that will actually fit the case. So I can get those two screws out that are in there. And this is probably the moment where I'm going to realize that screwdriver is upstairs because I was putting together a computer. Yes, it is upstairs. Thomas 213, it might actually, I think 213 might be a rework flux. As opposed to, I think it might be, it is a universal flux, so it can be used for leaded and lead-free. It might actually be considered a rework flux. So, yeah, maybe recap the spider. Yeah, you're funny, Retro Techie. Yeah, sometimes I don't see the chat in order. All right, let me, I'm just going to walk upstairs real quick so I can go get the screwdriver. And I'm going to, well, actually, I'll just wear the microphone upstairs. I'm just going upstairs to grab the screwdriver and come back downstairs. It would be interesting to know if the microphone works from upstairs. So if my microphone does happen to be working from up here, which actually at the moment I'm probably almost directly over top of the receiver downstairs, be sure to smash that like button. I just realized the screwdriver is not long enough. But I'm going to try it anyways. Also, I guess I will mention while I'm... Oh, cool. I will keep that in mind, that if I ever find myself upstairs with the microphone on, I will be cognizant that you all can still hear it. I mean, I figured it would because on Dave's stream a couple weeks ago, I actually had gone outside to the faucet to rinse something, and, well, several people made comments because they were not sure exactly what I was doing. Next time I do that, I'll remember to take the microphone off. All right. All right, so I got one screw out. And I'm actually not sure that there were two screws in it. Or if there are, the other one is at a place where... Oh, fun. Someone had previously removed the other screw, so... Oh, and there's the floppy drive assembly. All right. Okay, so we got the floppy drives loose. I'm going to set the rest of this computer to the side, somewhere where it won't be in the way, and we'll take a look at these floppy drives. Oh, hey Adam, welcome. I have not seen LTT screwdriver compared with the Mega Pro. I also have not ordered LTT's screwdriver. Mainly because if I ordered it now, I seemingly wouldn't get it forever. Hi, Angular Momentum, welcome. Yeah, this is Tandy's idea of lightweight. Yeah, if this is lightweight, I don't want to know what heavyweight was like. Actually, I think I got a pretty good idea. So, yes. Yeah, the 8-inch drives were heavyweight. Yeah, no, I guess that'd be the Model 2. Yeah. Yeah, whichever one Adrian Black was working on. Yeah, that was heavy. Oh. And there we go. I just threw a screw onto the floor and it bounced several times, and I'll have fun finding it later. And by later, I mean sooner than I think. All right. So, the TRS-80 Model 4P has two tandem drives. No, not Tandy, but tandem. So these are going to be single-sided drives. And actually, I did want to see something here. Oh. Well, I don't worry, Jeremy. I wasn't going to spend $70 on a single screwdriver. Oh, okay. I was curious because the Atari 1050 floppy drive has a tandem mechanism as well. So I was curious how that compared to the TRS-80's drives. And it would appear as if Atari pulled an Apple because that appears to be the bare mechanism. Ah, yes. I see what Atari did. Yeah. Atari bought bare mechanisms from Tandon. Or actually, I think Tandon made the 1050 for Atari. But yeah, all the control logic for the floppy drive on the Atari 1050 is on the main circuit board. Yes, okay. Okay, but otherwise, it looks like the bare mechanism itself is the same. Yeah, they did their own electronics. So, oh, okay. Anyways, all right, so what I need to do is yeah, so these are just the, seems like standard rubber belts. So there is, I don't think there's any, there's no reinforcements in these belts. So I have the Console 5 fabric reinforced belts for the Atari 1050, Tandon, TM100, the TRS-80 Model 4P floppy drive. And the reason I have 3 of these is because I'll put one on the Atari 1050's floppy drive. Although I sure thought when I looked at the Atari's floppy drive, it looked like it might have already had a fabric reinforced belt on it. But these do not. So I will get 2 out of the bag. Although luckily, these rubber belts have not started to melt. So I'm hoping I'll just be able to get these off and not have much trouble. I guess the interesting question is, how does one get the belt onto the spindle motor? Okay. I guess one thing I could do is see if Console 5 by chance had any information on their website. Here. Accessories. Parts and adapters, belts. Okay. Looks like I'm going to have to find a instructions. I know there's a trick to doing it. Hi, Jessica. Welcome. Belt should slide under the shroud. Yeah. Not much. Not much room under the shroud, but Let's see here. All right. So since I'm probably going to put a Gotek in for one of the drives, and this is drive 0. So let's see if I can't get the belt out. Let me see here if I can't. Oh, there we go. Oh. Oh, okay. I think I see how to do it now. All right, so here's the original belt. It didn't start to melt, but it does definitely look like it was kind of looks like it might have been starting to dry rot. And it's not a fabric reinforced belt. Okay. So now I think the way that this needs to be done, I will zoom in for, is, so it looks like this hub, the belt can pass under this hub on the bottom side. And I'm hoping that if I maybe start to see here, maybe use spudger to start to encourage that to go over to the other side, then maybe I can then start turning it and getting it to into position. Yeah. I just have to remember what I did with my spudger. Oh, there it is. You know, I really do like these spudgers that I don't remember where I got them, but it was probably somewhere like iFixit. Yeah, I think this one might be an iFixit spudger, but I would certainly enjoy it if I could get one like that in a color other than black, because I have too many black cables on my bench, and it likes to hide under those cables. All right, let me. Actually, maybe I can. Like some part of this board I can remove to make getting in under there a little easier, maybe? Or is that asking too much? That might be asking too much. Tape. Oh, there we go, Adam. Yeah. Okay. Tape the belt to the hub, then turn it around 360 and untape. Okay. All right. Tape the belt to the drive. Make sure the tape actually stays. There we go. And then just need to turn this. There we go. Whoops. Well, drawing the belt till it comes on the other side. All right. Ah, there we go. Ta-da! And I think I was off camera. Sorry. I'll do the other one and try to keep it on camera a bit better. All right, so got a new belt on it, and I think it's on there correctly. All right. All right, angular momentum. I like the, I don't know, I don't remember where I got this. I think it might have been iFixit, but I think this is a nylon spudger. I like this one. I probably need to get a new one because I've kind of worn the tip down on it. But I like it because it's got a pointy tip, a pointy part, but it also has a flat part. And it's nylon, so it's kind of more resistant to just breaking. I also have, may not have any down here because they like to walk away. I've got some of the green plastic ones that I think you get from OWC. I guess they work okay too. Yeah, practice definitely is needed there. All right. So now I'm going to take some isopropyl alcohol. I had a band instructor that would always say practice makes better. Probably because he didn't want us to get discouraged by the usual saying practice makes perfect. But anyways, I'm going to take some isopropyl alcohol and I'm going to clean the head. In fact, I'm actually just going to go ahead and clean both heads with the brand new isopropyl alcohol I just poured out so that I don't get any crud on the heads. And then I am going to, I'm not too worried about. So anyways, if you clean the heads this way, you just want to lift up the minimal amount needed to get the cleaning swab in there, because you don't want to bend the spring past the point of breaking it or bending it to where it won't work. All right. But for what I'm going to do, I'm not worried about getting the heads dirty again, so I just went ahead and cleaned both heads. So anyway, if I can remember where I got those angular momentum, I'll post a link to Twitter or something like that. That's Nick Lopez for musical instruments. Practice makes nuisance. Yeah, one of my coworkers was telling me about his dog, and I guess his daughters play the clarinet in band, and apparently when they first started playing the clarinet, and they were practicing at home, their dog would be going like, "Oh woo, oh woo, 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 woo." It's like, yeah, don't know if that's because their clarinet. Well, actually, I remember what the beginning clarinet players sounded like. So, all right, let me let that isopropyl dry just a little bit. Actually, I'll check iFixit now. Let's see here, store tools. Of course, is assuming that they still make that. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, I think they do still make that. Oh, here we go. Yeah, here it is. There you go. That's the spudger right there. Actually, I think the one I have is probably the glass fiber, but it looks like they have a new version, which I might have to try. Because I've had this spudger for quite a while, so it's probably just the standard glass fiber one. All right, so I am going to use just going to use some this sewing machine oil. I'm also not going to update my Stream Deck software. Oh, let's see. Yeah, Nick says Minda was doing those spudgers before iFixit started with the branded ones. I'd go for the cheap 30 for 14 on Amazon instead of the $4 iFixit branded. Oh yeah, actually, this is so old. I'm pretty sure I got it from iFixit, but this one's not iFixit branded. Yeah, I might use the white lithium. Let's see how badly I try to mess up this oil. Dave at Dave's Vintage Apple Tech likes to use this because it doesn't evaporate. Because it's petroleum based. All right, well, I can't exactly get to the... How's the stepper work? Oh, well, I gotta... All right, Adam McGee says spudgers are cheaper at Mauser if you're going to buy more than one. So there's another place to look, is Mauser. All right. Oh, I think I just... Wow, I didn't think I'd put too much. Hold on. Now I'm wiping up the excess oil that I managed to apply off camera because I forgot how close I was zoomed in. All right, let me... Or at least I think that's excess oil. It might still be isopropyl. Oh, actually, maybe that is isopropyl alcohol, not oil. All right. Also just going to put a little dab of this where the... the friction point where the... I guess that is a little oil there too. And let's see here. Was there any other places where... Oh. And of course. There's the disk drive. There we go. All right, there we go. Toothpick works better, yeah. That is, yeah. I realized where my toothpicks were. They were, of course, right beside me. All right, and let me see if I can't put just a little bit. There. Okay. All right, so I think that drive is cleaned, lubricated, and has a new belt on it. So yeah, lubricated the rails and the friction points. Although there was one... Floss picks are great too. From the floss picks from the dollar store are great too. Might have to check those out. Actually, there was just one other place where I wanted to lubricate, and I'm going to... Actually, was going to use lithium grease on it because just because it's not a place where I don't think I can really get the machine oil. Or maybe I can. Actually, I'm afraid if I spray this, I'm just going to get it everywhere. Let me see if maybe the... It's the place where the door, the shaft for latching slides through this plastic. I mean, it does feel like it's a friction point, but maybe it's fine. Okay. So there's the first floppy drive, otherwise known as drive 0. So now I will set that aside. And let me get this one here. Guess I'll first get the belt. Yeah, getting the belts out is the easy part. So again, this belt, kind of looking at it, it's just a rubber belt. It's not, looks a little better than the first one. Still, let's get that, Oh, there is one other thing you might consider for keyboard's angular momentum. Just, I got this from Adafruit. I'm sure you can get them elsewhere. It's just a simple keycap puller. Then you just slide this under the keycap and pull up. So you might consider looking for one of those. I'm sure you can get those elsewhere too. I just happened to be ordering from Adafruit when I saw it, and just went ahead and added one to the order. Although for something like that, there may not really be any real advantage to Adafruit's versus a cheap one you find on Amazon, because honestly, it feels like it's probably about the same as the cheap one on Amazon. Let me see if this piece of tape will last for one more rotation. There we go. So we got the belt around. I'm going to take the tape off. And then I'm going to slide the one side of it back under the hub. Carefully. There we go. And then I'm going to ride. Basically, I don't think you don't want to stretch the belt, but you just want to kind of let it ride over this part here. If I can get it. This is the fiddly part. also kind of the part that helps to have part of this belt not, there we go, not totally on the spindle. There we go. So you don't, there we go. And now, we ride the belt back up onto the spindle. There we go. Hold on. Let me get it over an obstacle. Oh, I turn it this way so I can see it better. Okay, well, let's try that again. Oh, not removing keycaps, but the old keyboard assembly. Okay. Yeah. Well, okay, if you gotta remove keycaps, a keycap puller is a handy thing to have. Yeah, removing the whole keyboard assembly, yeah, I could see Spudger come in very handy. Also see for putting these belts on where putting the belt onto the Atari 1050's drive will be a lot easier because it's just the mechanism. No extra boards to get in the way. Well, that's interesting. Oh, the tape came off. All right, Jessica, I'll hope to see you next time. All right. Let me get a new piece of tape that is stickier because that piece of tape that I just found on my workbench has lost all of its stickiness. So, Captain Tape to the rescue. Now, it would help if I had a smaller piece. All right, hold please while I try to see where the scissors that I know are on my workbench somewhere, where they have gone off to, so I can cut a better piece of this tape, or I can Or if I can find the roll of gaff tape, which is also somewhere on this bench. Oh, there it is. I'll just use gaff tape because I can tear it into a. This is the good stuff. I can tear it into a. It's how to tell that you've got good tape, that you can tear it in a very narrow strip. There we go. Let's try that. Gaff tape, not just for marking the position of where someone's supposed to stand on the floor. Oh, it works for that too. See if I can get the belt. You know, I don't know why the second one is being more stubborn than the first. Let me try to get this belt over that, and then see if I can't ride the belt up onto the spindle. There we go. Got it. There we go. That. All right. Well, Thomas, all you missed was me trying to get that belt on. But I finally did. There we go. Yay. I already cleaned the heads of this drive while I had fresh isopropyl alcohol in the container. Go ahead and clean the old lubricant off of the rails. Okay. Grab some of this excess isopropyl alcohol so it'll dry a little faster. Let me also kind of oil the bearings. Are you referring to this bearing here? I'll have to try to oil that really carefully. Yeah, I guess I'll have to do that on the other drive too. I'm just kind of afraid if I try to put oil there, I will put way too much. All right, I oiled the bearings. All right. Oh, not too much isopropyl alcohol there. It's better. All right, got the rails lubricated. Let's see if is there a bearing on the under. Oh, I can't get. All right, so I think that one's done. Let me try to get the drop on the spindle of this one. And then I think I'll be good to go. No, I just noticed. These two floppy drives are a little different. I believe one of them was replaced at some point. I guess I will look at the labels here real quick and see if I can tell. Well, I know which one's which because someone marked that one 0 and that one 1. Both the same model. Oh, of course, it would probably help if they weren't upside down to both of us. They're both the same model, assembly number, same assembly number, serial number. Oh, yeah. Well, now that's interesting. So this one's serial number 49. I don't know if you can see that. That one's serial number 49. Build date 4/4. This one is serial number 9286, build date 3/51. It's really weird. It's almost like the serial number resets at 0, maybe beginning of each build week, maybe? Because this is probably the 4th week of 1984, and this is going to be the 51st week of 1983. And it looks like in that few week span, they basically they changed it looks like they changed from plastic to metal in that time span. Of course, maybe that's why of course they have the same assembly number, 21002-001. Yeah, it looks like they rolled the change in. But this is a lower serial number, but this is the older build date. So looks like they might have reset the build serial numbers. These might be the original drives, though. It just might be that they made a change and just happened to get one of the old version and one of the new version when they pulled drives to make this computer. Of course, interestingly enough, this drive has a label on the side. There's where I guess it went through test, but this one doesn't. Of course, that's not to say the label didn't fall off at some point. That's also not to say that the drives had never been removed, because I think there was at least a missing screw in the drive area. Anyways, 2 floppy drives. Cleaned and lubricated. All right. Let me see if I can find the bracket. Now, so these drives, so this bracket mounts in the case like this. So there's the front. There's where the 2 screws holding the case on go on the front. Someone helpfully drew down arrows. Probably whoever took this apart for service. Although maybe Tandy did that. Drive 1 is in the outside position. Drive 0 is on the inside position. And interesting. All right, I guess that is the way they went in. All right. Oh, that's right. And there's a screw on the floor somewhere. I am going to go ahead and screw these in, even though I'm going to, because the Gotek is a test, but I guess I need to make sure these drives work. I can test the Gotek without it being installed. So there we go. Those 4. That screw. And let me go find the screw that fell on the floor. Cool thing is, I have a magnetic flashlight. If I do see where the screw bounced to, I don't have to crawl down on the floor to find it. Although, that does assume that I find where it bounced to, because when I tossed it, it bounced. I think it might have bounced under the tool chest. Oh, but there's a... Found a nut that I am missing from something. All right. Oh, you know, when I send screws flying, sometimes I really send them flying a ways. And I might have given this... Looks like I might have given this screw a first-class ticket upstairs. I've sent it so far. All right. One moment, please. That's... okay. I don't know where I bounced it to. Well, I think some of these other screws are the same, so I'll just use one of them, and then when I find the one that I bounced. I guess I'll try to find it for when if the Gotek does work out, I'll hopefully find it before I need to secure the Gotek. Yeah, that's right. Got the thought for a moment that I was putting this on backwards. All right. There we go. Floppy drives are back together. Oh. Just need to check something because I noticed I'd accidentally bumped something on the top drive. Let me make sure I didn't. Yeah, okay. Bottom one's fine. All right. Let me grab the... Oh, I can check with Joe for the Gotek bracket, but I might also... I bought a adapter, a 5 1/4 to 3.5 inch adapter. Where I don't remember where I set it down on my workbench. It's somewhere. Sometimes I'm picky and like things to look finished. Some things I don't care if it looks 3D printed. I put it somewhere. I'll find it probably where I at least thought I'll find it when I least expect it. I don't know where I set it down at now that I look on my bench. All right, but I've got the floppy drive assembly. Actually, I don't know that. Oh. All right. Okay. Looks like those are back in place, more or less. Let me at least secure these enough that I know I'm not going to I want to make sure they don't fall, so I'm going to put enough screws in so that they won't fall. Actually, it will be easier if I put one of these other screws in first. That one. And I guess I'll put one more in up there. All right. And actually, that'll probably be good enough for this. That's weird. Right, now let me see if I can remember how the power cables went to the floppy drive, because it looks like something doesn't seem right here. Oh, maybe they really did just... I think there's a grommet or something missing in this, inside this case. All right, there's... All right, where's the floppy cable? Floppy cable, there it is. Floppy cable. Oh, there we go. Drive 1. Oh, someone numbered them. There we go. Let's see here. So drive 0. That looks like silver Sharpie, so it might have actually been Joe. Joe might have numbered them, because he tested these. All right, and then drive 1. Yeah, that looks like silver Sharpie, and I don't know if they had silver Sharpies back in the 80s. I mean, maybe they did. Right. Plug the floppy drives in. The wires snagged on the fan. They might be. And it looks like there is a grommet missing, too. Okay. I will probably do something so those wires don't rub up against the metal chassis. All right, so let me see if I can find a way to put this so that everyone can see it. Because I didn't have a chance to set up, I was going to set up a second camera angle, but I didn't have time to do that. So, all right. All right, so we got the trilingual floppy disk prompt. Let me take the TRS-DOS and basic interpreter disk that I have, insert it into drive 1, which, oh yeah, and reset. All right, let me give it a date. Let's see here, 12/31/86. Oh, let me guess, 12/31/86. And I think it wants a time. 01. I don't think I like the time I gave it. Oh, maybe it did. Oh, all right. Let me do a directory listing here. Okay. Now, I guess let me do this because I only have one disk. Oh, well. Well, that's a bug if I ever... All right. So I can't do that. Anyway, I think the drive probably works. I'll work under the assumption it does. Okay. So, it's only right before 10 o'clock, and that means there is time to attempt to set up this Gotek. So this Gotek here is one I bought off eBay, and it came with Flash Floppy already installed, and I've updated it to the current version of Flash Floppy. I believe all I need to do to get this to work with the TRS-80 is to change in drive 0's position. Is I need to change the jumper. No, I don't. It's already jumpered for S0. Oh, I might just, I don't remember what I had this on last time, but actually, angular momentum, I don't think it liked me swapping the disk to drive one. I think it was trying to read the directory command off disk 0. I may just need to format a floppy disk, which I can't really do the angle I had it set up. All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to remove the ribbon cable from drive 0. I have an adapter that will go from let me do that, and then let's see, pin 2. Then I can just plug the Gotek in, and then I need to give it power. So I'm going to unplug the floppy drive power. I have one of these handy adapters. I will plug this in. And I think that should be long enough to reach around. Plug the power in. And I'm just first going to see if it tries to access the Gotek. Well, Gotek powered up. It's probably giving me the seek error. All right. Probably not jumpered right. Okay, let me check the directions that I have. Let's see if I can find the bookmark. Manage bookmarks. Made a nice folder here. Let me open the 4 tabs that I created. One of them has the directions I need on like page 38. Oh, all right. It's an issue of, I think, TRS 8-bit magazine. And it had instructions for installing a Gotek in the Model 3. Like so. All right. See here. Draft selection is done by Gotek jumper S0, S1. I'm pretty sure the jumper is on S0 right now. Although it is very hard to read the jumper positions. Yeah. Okay, it's jumpered for S0. And that's it. Oh, it may also be that I had the wrong, a disk selected that it did not like. Okay. I don't need to do this because I already have Flash Floppy on it. Floppy drive cable. And the floppy cable outside my TRS-80 so the Gotek drives could be hooked up externally. That's actually not a bad idea. 2 drives can be run from a single cable if it has 2 IDC connectors. Drive selection is based on the Gotek jumpers. I suspect that means you do not want one with a twist. Oh, that one doesn't have a twist. Okay. That will be good to know if I decide to run the ribbon cable outside the case. Gotek power. Comparing disk images using HXC. Gotek versus FreeHD. That is a good question. Gotek I already have. FreeHD I don't have. That pretty much is why I'm using a Gotek. So I mean I may get a FreeHD, but at the moment I have a Gotek, so I'm going to use a Gotek. Honestly, the FreeHD might make it easier to use some of the programs you can download, because the some of the programs available for the TRS-80, they're uploaded to the internet as just files. So I think the FreeHD, you can write those files to the FreeHD somehow. Harder to do that with a Gotek. So yeah, that is why I am doing what I am doing, is because I have a Gotek. It's beige, but it's a Gotek. If I like how the Gotek works and I want to install one in here, then I'll get one specifically for this machine, because it's not exactly... This machine is not exactly designed for easy access to install and remove it. Let's see here. Oh. So anyways, what I've got here is the HXC floppy emulator program, which I need to convert the disk images, because the Gotek does not support the DSK file format, the TRS-80's DSK file format that a lot of Tandy disks are dumped to. So I'm just going to pick one of these downloads that I think this one... Some of these I checked previously, so that I know they are a disk image and not a command file. Yep, that one's a disk. All right. So in order to use these on the Gotek, so we downloaded a file in DSK format. So what we need to do is... I think we load the image. There we go. And then we want to save as... Here we go, an HFE file. There we go. Now, take the the USB thumb drive from the Gotek. I carefully unplug the USB device that is not used by OBS. I then just double check that the cameras are still working. Yes, cameras are still working. I'll plug in my thumb drive that I use with the Gotek. And all right, so I'll copy my HFE file to the thumb drive. I'm also going to double check the yeah. Let me delete that file there. That's why the, okay, now I now know why the TRS-80 hated this Gotek. It's also why the jumper was already on S0. It's because I was last using it in the Amiga. Which on the Amiga, for the internal drive, you have it jumpered for S0, but the Flash Floppy config file, I had to set interface equals Amiga. So, all right, so now, if I power this up, and I realize that's going to be upside down, there's not much I can do about it. So, I think now let me select a different disk image. There we go. So it's probably, oh, there we go, giving me a seek error, but now, if I reset it, yes, it is actually, there we go. It does help to actually have a TRS-80 disk selected on the Gotek and not an Amiga disk. That's right, it just asks for a date. TRS ready. DOS ready. All right, let me see what I can do here about this odd angle. Actually, I am going to go upstairs. I am going to go grab, I've got a short little tripod and a camera that I can plug into an HDMI port. And I'm going to see if I can't maybe set this up so I can give you a view of the screen without having to tilt this thing up, because it just kind of unnerves me to do that. So that, and I'd like to take a short little break. So you will hold on. I will be right back, and I'll see if I can't set up a better camera angle to show you the CRT. And I'm back. And OBS has decided to do what it does best, and that is to change the size of the capture window. There we go. That doesn't look right. All right. First of all, there was any mystery as to what device I was using. Well, it's probably obvious now that it's a camcorder. All right, so let me see here. I forgot. You got to turn off the on-screen output. On-screen displays is, oh, let's see, that should be off. There we go. That's better. Not quite better though. All right. Let me see if I can't fix the, hey, Thomas, is it fixed yet? Well, it seems like it might be fixed. Just trying to see if I can't give everyone a better view. Window properties. I'm trying to fix the, video. It looks like it's not showing up that well for you all because OBS is being silly. Let's see here. And now OBS is being silly again. Please continue to hold. Our next available representative will be with you momentarily. There we go. That's as good as it's going to be. Anyways, though, this should at least let you be able to see the computer. I know it's not the best angle, but at least now you can see the screen. I could maybe zoom in just a little bit. I think I got the brightness turned up a little too high. There we go. There we go. Now if I do a directory. Oh, actually, now I can do what I was trying to do earlier. I think. Here we go. So I can put the disk I have now in drive 1. So now if I do a directory, it should do a directory of drive 0. Drive 1's making a weird sound. Also, the LED on drive 1's not working. So I think if I do put a Gotek in place, I'll probably put drive 0 in place of drive 1. So let's see here. So if I'm going to check this disk. I don't want to risk doing anything to it. So let's see here. On this disk that I created, this should be TRS-DOS with basic G. So what's the command? Pi1? To picture, print. Oh. No, camcorder, I don't want you to auto power off. Let's see here. There we go. Fix that. I didn't like that command. Reload gsave pi1. Oh, it's not a program. I didn't think it was. Gload. Oh, gload pi1. Feel free to yell in the chat what I need to do, because this, I've not used Handy before. File not in directory. Gload pi1. Looks like something. If gload's for graphics load, pi1 looked like a graphics. Well, there we go. Well, that, we'll try another one. Maybe... all right. Gload econ pi. I really don't know what I'm doing here. Presuming there's graphics clear, maybe? Oh, let's HRG test. Maybe that's the test program. Of course, maybe that's what I should have run in the first place. Oh, there we go. Don't know what it's supposed to be drawing, but I think that's what it's supposed to be doing. And then it fills some of them in. Line and paint test. Well, Dave, it's only like a 4 megahertz Z80. Which for Z80s, I guess is pretty good, but plus the Mac has quick draw. Yeah, 8-bit Z80 versus a 16-bit 68,000. Although on a clock per clock basis, the some of the 8-bit processors are actually can do more instructions per second than a 68,000. But if you do a instructions per second per megahertz, but also the Mac has graphics routines that are potentially accelerated. Although on a Mac Plus maybe they're not. But yeah. I just think it's cool that there's the high resolution board that I bought for this thing. Because without that high resolution board, you didn't have high resolution graphics. So this is pretty cool. Yeah, the 68,000, the 68K processor has 32-bit internal structure, 16-bit data bus, like what, 24-bit address bus? All right, good night, Angular Momentum. Thanks for joining. I'm presuming this Z80 keeps its stack in RAM too, yeah. I think for some of these tests, I see some graphical glitches, but I think they're probably expected. I know this card was tested before it was sent, so I'm pretty sure it was. Pretty sure it's working correctly. Yeah, I might have to look at the, I think there's supposed to be an LED in the, or light in the power button. Might be something I take a look at later. Maybe much later. I really don't care if the light doesn't work on the power button. It's pretty obvious it's on because the fan makes noise. I might look into a quieter fan at some point. Although, quite honestly, that fan's not as noisy as it could be. It does have that certain charm of old electronics. Let's see if I can't real quick find the video that shows these tests running. Should be right there. Oh, might also, this video might give me a recommendation of the other test program. Rapid OS. Oh, I bet. Ah, okay. Ian is. This is the video I think Dr. Ian did. Yes, the power button does have a light in it. And I think he's running the other demo disc. Wait, maybe it's not the demo disc. It might actually be the dog catcher game. Let's see here. I believe it does use a CRT like the Mac 128K, Thomas. It is a 9-inch CRT. And I think the manufacturer label those on the bottom of it. I'm looking back here because it is a white phosphor CRT. So I'm going to download the other disk image here. Go ahead and convert it while we wait for this test program to run. Let's see here. Download software. Load the All right. Yeah, the others, yep, the other models used an RCA TV set chassis. DT1 terminal has a green CRT. I have actually seen some of these Model 4Ps that have a green CRT as well, I believe. Now, maybe that's because someone did a CRT swap at some point. But Radio Shack might have also offered it as an option. Yeah, I'm trying to look at this CRT tube, which is actually pretty dusty. See if I can see the label to see if by chance it actually is the same. Honestly, I'm wondering, it might be a Mitsubishi tube. Let me turn that slightly so I can... Handle with care, yep. Yeah, there's one label I can see most of because it's on the side. And then there's I think there might be another label in the CRT that's on the bottom that there's too much in the way. Yeah, I don't see the brand on the label. I can clearly see. Looks like it's a M24-302W/P tube. I'm honestly wondering if it's possibly a Mitsubishi. Although I thought Mitsubishi generally put their logo on the label in a conspicuous spot. Although then again, actually, I think I might be able to see the mount. Actually, no, I can't. I cannot see the way the tube mounts. Actually, maybe it might mount like the Compact Max, but the actual mounting spot is it's not in the open. So, all right, we'll see you later, Thomas. Yeah, this graphics board looks like it's working. I'm going to probably stop it here in a moment, and I'm downloading a couple of the other samples from the Dr. Ian's website. I can put them all on the Gotek. So basically, for the Model 4, there's a TRS-DOS 6.01.02 DOS with basic G, and it came with the 26-1126 high-resolution board. So I guess that'd be the Tandy one that you bought at Radio Shack. That's the one I'm running now. No, I don't think that's the one I'm running now. I think the second one is the Graphics Solution Software G-Basic Model 4. Came with the Microlabs board. And then there's a G-Basic 6.3 for TRS-DOS 6.3 Model 4. I'm not sure if that's going to be a bootable disk or not, though. And then there's a lot of downloads that are just the command. So I can't really run those. I may have to look into a free HD. That's kind of like a future purchase. Oh, especially because if I had a free HD, there's a preloaded image on this website. Bummer. Wow, that is pretty slow filling the entire screen. I think a Mac 128K could do that faster, even if it is RAM constrained. Let's see, free HD. Trying to look for the. Of course, the nice thing is with the free HD, I believe with the 4P it auto boots because the 4P has auto boot built in. Yay. So maybe the free HD isn't as much as I thought it was. I will look into getting one because that would certainly be a lot more convenient for using this. But I may still put the Gotek inside of it because there are a lot of disk images that would be worth trying. But being able to load programs for up to an SD card, very convenient. While we wait for the screen to fill with blazing fast speed, we'll take a moment to plug my coffee goal for the month. Of course, I realize the month of September is almost over. What a pity, because Septandy is such a fun month. Especially for the Tandy audience out there. And this Model 4P is definitely a very interesting computer. But my coffee goal is so I can get a camera lens for shooting scripted videos, which, yes, I am hopefully going to be able to work on scripted videos soon. I had a slight holdup because I had ordered some shirts because there was a specific shirt I wanted to wear for the scripted video. And I tried ordering them, and the first time the order got sent back for an invalid address. So had to wait for Joe to process the reship. Not exactly sure why the address was flagged as invalid. But anyways, the reship worked, and so yeah, it's my 8 bits are all you need shirt is what I was waiting on. So now that I have it, yay! I can wear the shirt I wanted to wear for the talking head part of the video. In fact, I couldn't wait to wear it. But I generally wash t-shirts before I wear them, so I went ahead and put them in the washer because I ordered more than one. I ordered 2 shirts. Oh, one of them's for the TRS-80 videos. The other's for when I get around to the Apple IIe. So I went ahead and put them in the wash because who knows? I might just wear one to work tomorrow. And while I wait for the screen to finish, I'm taking another look for that screw that I slung halfway around the earth, seemingly, because I sure don't know where it went. Nope, that's not it. I thought I almost thought I found it, but nope. Oh, there's the the ball for my Amiga mouse on the floor. I'll get that later. Let's see, that's not a screw. Is that it? No. That is not it. Huh. Nope, it is not under the 3D printer that I just really need to move out of the way. That's okay, Jeremy. I'm running one of the graphics tests, and while it runs, I'm trying to find the screw that I slung across the floor somewhere. Because I kind of need it to put the computer back together. I mean, it's not critical, but considering the computer was already missing some screws to begin with, I mean, at some point, I lose enough screws that I can't put the thing back together. And yes, I believe it's a standard thread pitch, so I could probably just use a screw that's not the original one, but I'd like to put the original one back in if I can. It's just I managed to, while I was disassembling the floppy drives, I managed to not simply drop it, but I slung it. Because it was somewhat magnetically attracted on my screwdriver, so it just didn't simply drop. All right. Well, I guess I'll... Oh, I think I found it. There we go. Yep. That looks like it. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yeah, it was like just under the table where it was past where I could see it with the flashlight without bending down. For some reason, your desktop is running this stream behind my cell phone. Oh. All right, this is getting boring. Let me load these other floppy images onto the Gotek. There we go. All right. The Gbasic 6.3 and the let's see, that was and the GSS 4 disk. All right. There we go. Oh, there we go. I got the other two demo disks loaded. All right, let's check. All right. Put the MacSE for $50. Is it tested or untested? Yeah, if it's not battery bombed, $50 is probably a good price. Oh, that is not a bootable disk. Oh, that is not a... All right. We'll boot from this disk, and then I'll switch to the other disks. Untested. Okay. Then, yeah, you'll want to be aware that if it's not been tested, that... Oh. Oh, maybe I selected the wrong image. Okay, that's the image that I was using. All right, so let's see here. Let's try this image. Error 07. Yeah, 575 chassis with keyboard and mouse for $50. As far as a Mac 575 goes, I don't know how useful just the chassis is going to be. I'm putting the Gotek in place of drive 1, so I can try those 2 disks that are not boot disks. All right, so let's try. Because I'm not sure if I don't know if the 575 what motherboard or what logic boards it can take. So I'm not able to offer an opinion on the price of that. I would probably for 575 chassis. Well, I wouldn't spend much on it because then I'd be looking for a logic board to put in it. And that's probably going to if to get a logic board that would work in it that's in working shape is probably going to be what gets you. Although maybe $50 is still a fair price for that. I'm not sure what if it's worth it, because at the moment, if I wanted a 575, I would want a working 575, or at least one that I wouldn't be going to hunt for more parts later. All right. So now, oh, not to worry. That was just the power cable. I think was in the fan. There we go. Problem fixed. All right, so we will boot with that disk and drive 0. This is the all right, and then let me see here. Drive 1, no disk. Interesting. Oh! It would probably help if I changed the jumper position on the Gotek. One moment, please. Yeah, there we go. Needed to put it into the drive 1 jumper position. Okay, and let's see here. Yeah, Jeremy, the thing about the SE is there are there is of course the PRAM battery in it. There are the ones that are the FD-HD ones. It has the battery in a battery holder, like I guess other Macs. The 800, the 800K ones, sometimes it's a Varda battery that's soldered. I've heard the Varda ones are less prone to leaking than the Maxwell ones, as I like to call them, that were in the FD-HD. But of course, the Varda ones can still leak and cause massive, painful destruction of the board. There we go. Well, don't know why it's being so stubborn on doing the directory of drive 1. Huh. That kind of looks like it locked up. Doesn't like that disk for some reason. Alright, let's try the other disk. Huh. No, it doesn't seem to like the, doesn't seem to like the Gotek in drive 1 position. All right. There's one disk. Come on, focus. Thank you. Nope. Okay, so it doesn't like that disk. Doesn't seem to like that disk either. And I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Might not be doing something wrong. I don't know. Hold on, I'm looking at the instructions that were to set up the Gotek. It said set DS01 jumper to configure as drive 0 or 1. Speaker would be attached to JB pins, which I don't need that. Interestingly enough, in the article I'm looking at, there appears to be another jumper installed on the J5 position that this article does not mention. Let me all right. Let me see about maybe, because I think I've got a spare jumper on it. Let me see about maybe installing that jumper and actually, let me look the Flash Floppy wiki. Let's see what J5 does. Let's see here. Flash Floppy wiki. Go. Speaker, nope. LCD display. OLED display. I don't think that's what I want. All right. Hardware, quick disks, initial setup. Actually, let me change to screen share. I can also By default, Flash Floppy will emulate the Shugart floppy interface. Yep, I think that's what I want. Native mode, I don't think that's fine. Let's see here. Nope, nothing there. Host platforms. Fortunately, they don't have TRS. I've got the color computer, but no, that's not going to apply for this. Okay. There's the jumper. All right. Let me see if I can find the jumpers. Let's see here. No, I don't want to download. Maybe I need to search for just want to know what all the jumper settings are. Huh. I really just want the jumper settings. Search the wiki? No, that's going to search the entire GitHub. I would just want if anyone knows by chance where the documentation for the jumpers are. I want to know what the J5 jumper does. Actually, looking at that though, I don't think I want to connect J5. I don't know why they had that on the instructions. JC. I am though going to try the okay, let me go back to the general notes. So I didn't really like jumper at S1 only. So I'm going to put the jumper on JC and S1 and see if the second drive it'll work in the second drive position. So but if any, just for reference though, the article I was reading on how to set this up, it said to just put the jumper on J0 or J1, but here's the picture at the end of the article, and there is a jumper on J5. It does not mention anywhere in the article why that jumper's there, because I think that passes power. So, which is why I was kind of thought I might have a jumper wrong, because Gotek seemed to work fine with the jumper for drive 0, but didn't like just drive 1. All right, let's see. Let's see if it likes this any better. I'll no, it doesn't seem to like that. Of course, the thing is, there might be a problem with the disk images that I downloaded. That might be the whole problem. Maybe those 2 disk images just aren't valid disk images, even though they were marked as for Model 4. And if I tried to boot them, they complained about being a Model 4 data disk. Yeah, that'd probably be a pretty good thing to do, Gotek in the PC Junior. It should work pretty well in the PC Junior. All right. Now, this Gotek isn't working as well as I'd hoped. At least not in the drive 1 position. Or these disk images are just it's the firmware is new enough. It's probably not the latest firmware. But the problem is the Flash Floppy does not have native TRS-80 support. Flash Floppy 335 is the latest. Let me see if I can see what it's running. Oh, in my Model 4P, there is no firmware in the Model 4P. Oh, okay, so my Flash Floppy is running older firmware. The TRS Model 4 and the TRS Model 4P have a boot ROM on the computer. The boot ROM I think it has some basic diagnostics, and it has enough support so it can auto boot a hard drive, I think connected to the expansion port, and it also has enough smarts to load a ROM image from a floppy disk. But in terms of firmware on the 4P, I am not aware of there being any newer boot ROMs. I'm also not aware of a way of putting the ROM in ROM, as in a read-only memory. I think you have to load it from a floppy disk. So I only have 2 disks that are bootable Model 4 disks. That's the actual physical floppy disk I've booted from now, and the 1 image from Dr. Ian's website. This Gotek is just running Flash Floppy firmware. It was sold for vintage computers. I don't think it has firmware for a Yamaha keyboard on it. In fact, no, it doesn't, because I've loaded the firmware that's running on it now. I'm just looking at the fixes that were put in the Flash Floppy. I know they haven't added TRS-80 support because I found an issue in their backlog asking for support for one of the TRS-80 disk formats. Okay, I don't think I want the JC jumper. That's not going to fix it, because I think that's for IBM PC mode, and that's not going to work on a TRS-80. And now, I don't think I need to update the firmware live on stream. I'll do it later. I don't think it's going to fix this problem. I think one thing, though, I do probably need to do is remove this jumper that I don't think is actually needed. All right. So it would be nice to see how to update the firmware, but I don't. Well, I guess I could. Let me see if there's a README file. I don't. Open with Notepad. Firmware programming. Okay. Once Flash Floppy has been updated to a device. Okay. So you use an update file on the USB drive. Okay. Okay. All right. So basically, what you do to update the firmware is you got a Gotek, or if it's already running Flash Floppy firmware. So you download the release from the GitHub. Put your USB drive in the computer. Like so. I believe the way these instructions are written is that I can copy both of these files to the thumb drive. The FF Gotek image is for the STM32F105 and AT32F415 microcontrollers. The universal file, which is the other one, will update all the microcontrollers that could be in the Flash Floppy as long as it has a later bootloader. But according to the README, you can put both files on the drive and it will. The bootloader is only going to use one of them. I don't know if I've got the bootloader that can use the universal file or not, but we'll just I'll copy both. Then all you have to do is stick your thumb drive in the Gotek, power it up. Oh, hold on. I missed a step. One moment, please. I forgot the step that you got to do. Firmware update. Power on with both buttons pressed. Okay. Yes, I missed a step. Basically, you got to press both buttons and then power it up. and you release them and it will program. There we go. And my and now if I pull the thumb drive, yep, I am running 3.35 firmware. I don't think that's really going to. Don't think that's really going to help, but we'll see. Oh. Okay, go back to the capture input. All right, so let's see if it does a directory of. No, it's not working right. Basically, I see the access light come on the drive 1, but I never see it command it to move. I never see the track number change. It's like it's not doing a directory. It's like the drives. It's almost acting like I got it misconfigured, but I'm not sure. Let me double check one more time. Given the fact that the Flash Floppy doesn't support the TRS-80 formats, though, it's kind of... I don't know, I might... maybe I won't put a Gotek in this TRS-80. Maybe I'd rather... because I'll have to buy a Gotek for it. Maybe I'd just rather pay the extra money and get a free HD. Because I don't think that precludes being able to use the floppy drive. Okay, I think I've got it jumpered correctly for drive 1. Oh. I have S1 jumpered. Yeah. Oh, you can't put a Gotek in an Apple IIc. Apple floppy drives are the way they work. It won't work. I've just been told that. I mean, I don't know why I know why on the Macintosh you can't use a Gotek. It's because the Macintosh floppy drives do variable speed rotation. So depending on what track it's on, it spins at a different rate. I didn't think the Apple II drives did that, but I guess they do other things. I've just heard you can't use a Gotek in an Apple II either. So if I do a directory, so there's disk 0. And then disk 1, which is supposed to be a... I don't know. The Gotek's only working for drive 0. Huh. Well, I guess if I can figure out how you format a floppy disk, I think I've got some blank floppies somewhere. That's not what I want. All right, one moment, please, while I try to find the command. Huh, that manual doesn't have the format command. I mean, I would think it's just format, but that might be the DOS thinking me, not TRS DOS. Format. All right, let me make sure this DOS disk is write protected. Actually, I'll just eject it. Oh, that. Oh, here we go. There's a write protect tab. There we go. Disk is write protected. So let me see here. I think the floppy disks are. Upstairs, yes. Actually, you know, let me try this. Format. Oh, format. Just type the command format. Which drive is to be used? I want to use drive 1. Diskette name. Disk. Master password. Password. Single or double density. I think it's just a single density. Number of cylinders. Wait a minute. Yep. I am formatting the image on the Gotek, so. Which is actually, looks like it's formatting. Okay, so now if I do a directory, considering I just formatted that disk, I guess maybe those 3 disks were in a format that the 3 images I had on the Gotek were in a format that the version of TRS-DOS I have on floppy disk didn't like. So maybe that was the whole problem. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so I guess the Gotek does work in drive 1 position. Of course, seeing how this works, it almost makes me want to put 2 Goteks in this thing. One for drive 0 and one for drive 1. Although that's just silly. Oh, I see what I did with my drive adapter. So anyways, yeah, I guess now that I see how the Gotek works, I guess I'll have to decide if I want to do it, or maybe just get a free HD. So I guess I can also, I guess the one other thing I could do to test this floppy drive, this second floppy drive. Oh. Hold on. I just noticed something. I thought I lubricated the drive a modest amount, but I wouldn't press the luck. Well, I may have already pressed my luck because apparently when I thought I put just a drop of oil on the spindle, and I just put like a little drop, and luckily I don't think I've gotten any oil on the readable part of the media, but I've certainly managed to get oil on the spindle of this disc. Yeah, I didn't want to do that. Of course. So it looks like, well, I guess I knew I was going to have to take it apart. Well, actually, it is mostly apart. I was going to have to remove the floppy drives, put a Gotek in. Looks like I'm going to take the floppy drives back out and try to wipe up what appears to actually be an excess amount of oil on the spindle, despite using a toothpick to drop what seemed to be a very reasonable amount. But I'm not going to do that tonight because it's like 20 till 12 and I'm starting to get tired, so it's probably not the time to try to remove the floppy drives and remove the excess oil. I think that is where I'm going to call tonight's repair. So I guess the good news is the floppy drives have new belts and they're lubricated. The bad news is that at least one of the two floppy drives is over lubricated. So I'm going to have to try to wipe up the extra oil, but that is a later problem. Probably, yeah, it'll probably be something I'll just do off stream because I will put this thing back together so that I can stow it away. Because the next live stream, which will probably be in 2 weeks, I might stream next week. I don't know. I haven't decided yet in October if I'm going to do. Yeah, I'll probably just use some paper towels. But I'm gonna remove the floppy drives to do that. But I'll probably just use some paper towels. Try to get the paper towel in between the spindle hub, kind of press it down and put a new sections, press it down. So anyways, I haven't decided if in October I'm going to do 2 streams or 4 streams. Because I have a goal of doing some scripted videos. I missed my goal for September. There is no way I'm going to get those videos done for September. So yes, I will be on your stream Sunday, Dave. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to make it. So who knows? It is quite possible this computer might still be on the bench Sunday. So the soaking up excess oil might be my first activity Sunday. Although, speaking of that, idea for October, Octari. That's so bad it's good, Jeremy. I might just have to do that. Although, I was going to give an update on what I worked on Dave's stream. So, anyway, let me see here. So, Dave's stream, I tried to recap a analog board and a power supply for an SE. The ones I recapped were the boards that were in the SE that you can't see because that's the one Adam sent me. The other one's the one I bought off eBay. I recapped the one I bought off eBay because the display was all wonky. And I thought basically that recapping it would give me a chance to reflow solder joints. That initially didn't work. So I swapped the analog, actually, I decided to swap parts so that the best parts were in Adam's computer. So I don't think I did it on stream. I think I did the tube swap off stream, but I actually swapped tubes. Actually, maybe I did that on stream. I can't remember what I did on Dave's stream. So the tube that's now in the one Adam sent me is the one from the eBay computer, because actually that tube doesn't have burn-in. It's got I think the original analog board that was in there, but the recapped power supply. And then, so in this SE, you can't see, I have the recapped analog board because I thought something was wrong with it. The tube that was in Adam's computer, and then I guess the non-recapped power supply. Anyways, oh yeah, I must have done the tube swap off stream, because after I did the tube swap, I actually was almost not going to put boards back in the other SE. So I put the one that Adam sent me, back together. The floppy drive's not in it, because I've got those set aside for maintenance. But I realized that, maybe I should put this other one back together far enough to power it up and see what the display was doing. And so after I did some stuff off stream, powered it up, the screen was fine. So I don't know what was actually wrong and causing the screen to be wonky, but I'm actually wondering if the board on the end of the tube wasn't plugged in all the way. I'm wondering if that's what became loose in shipping. So to answer your question, Jeremy, I haven't decided what I'm going to do with the SEs. I am going to keep one. I'm not sure which. I'm not sure which one I'm going to. I'm tempted to take the best of the parts and put one together. That probably what because actually what I'm tempted to do is, so the one I bought off eBay has the dual floppy drive stack. Because the one Adam sent me, the hard drive was pulled out of it, but the plastic bezel that goes on the front is missing. Because what I'd really like one has a burned screen. The menu bar is burned in, so you can see a menu bar. That's the part that's burned in, and you can actually kind of see the fact that Apple menu file edit, and then it gets a little more nebulous. So I can't really tell what application they had to open that burned it. It possibly was more than one application that they had open at times to burn it, because you can clearly see that Apple menu and file, and I think the edit menu were burned in, but the rest is nebulous. So, but the thing is, I kind of would like to put the two floppy drives in one of them, possibly the one Adam sent me, because I think the front and the internals in the front of the one Adam sent me is in better shape. But I kind of would like to maybe put the back of the other SE on it, because it's the one that says it's the dual floppy drive model. So I don't know. I'm probably going to do some more part swapping, because honestly, I think I'd like to reunite the. Actually, I think what I'll do. No, yeah, that's right. That's what I need to do. Okay, the one thing I did notice, though, one of the analog boards, when I swap tubes, I can't adjust the sharpness on this SE to what I think it should be. I turned the pot as far as it'll go, and it's still not what I deem sharp. So what I want to do is actually move the recapped analog board back to this machine. No, that's right. Yeah, I want to move the analog boards back until they go with the tube they were with. So that means I need to put the recapped analog board in that SE to go with the tube that was in it originally, and then I'll have to adjust that analog board, because the one I bought off eBay, someone had resized the screen to fill it too much because you're not supposed to drive the picture out to the edges, but they had. But that analog board I recapped, it's actually looks the image looks sharp with the tube that it was originally matched with. So I kind of need to swap the analog boards to match the tube that they were with, because I can't adjust the sharpness on the one board to match the tube. So I don't know. So I guess that's kind of I need to do a little more part swapping, as much as I'm done. I was hoping to be done with it, but it is possible. I mean, I may keep both. I may just keep the one, because I partially bought the one off eBay partly because of what it was supposed to come with. Okay, Jeremy, I'm looking at the SE that you found on Facebook Marketplace. That is the dual floppy version, which probably means it's the 800K floppies. The good news is, if it is the 800K version, then it's going to have the Varda battery that's soldered. Those are less likely to leak. That does not mean that they won't leak, but they are less prone to leaking. It also means it's going to be two 800K floppy drives. There's probably not going to be a swim on it. But the thing is, if it's less likely that the battery is leaked, so it might actually be in good shape. But that's your gamble. I mean, condition-wise, it looks like it's in decent shape. The one thing that bothers me, though, and before you buy it, first of all, it says you must pick it up. Second of all, it does kind of, one red flag is that they did not take a picture of the back of it, because if the battery has leaked, it's not guaranteed, but on some of them that where the batteries leaked, you can tell because the ports are rusted. Depending on how the Mac was setting, and I guess the battery electrolyte kind of causes rust on the ports. So yeah, I could maybe find another CRT to so I had two that didn't have screen burn in, but yeah. Anyways, I'll probably swap parts again. And then I'll probably recap the other one, because no matter what I do with it, if I'm going to pass the one I got on eBay, pass the one that I bought on eBay along to someone else, I think I'll at least make sure it's in good shape for them to use. But yeah, the front of that SE you found, Jeremy, looks good. The floppy drives probably are going to need gears, but it looks in good shape, and it hasn't been dropped. And the CRT looks like it's intact, because I don't see the telltale sign of the dark spot in the middle of the CRT, which would happen if someone had accidentally bumped the back and broke the seal, and the air rushing out the back of the tube kind of takes the phosphor in the middle of the front of the screen with it. So I don't see that on that CRT. It's probably in good shape. But yeah, I guess of course, the warning about the battery is the same for all the classic Macs. Any of them that have a PRAM battery that wasn't removed have the potential of having a leaky battery. So, I mean, it's really the same. Even Apple II GSs have a battery in them that could have leaked. So that'd be really the only thing that could befell that SE, is probably the PRAM battery. The one good thing is those SEs, generally the caps on the logic board are good because Apple used axial caps. So that's actually the one thing that I haven't done to my either SE. I've got a cap kit for the SE, but I don't know that I really need to use it because the caps are in good shape. On the logic board. Now on the analog board and the power supply, different altogether. So anyways, so I think with that, I'm going to call the stream to a close. So don't forget to smash that like button. And if you haven't already subscribed, then what are you waiting for? Don't count on the YouTube algorithm to tell you when I'm live next. If you subscribe and turn on notifications, then you will know when I'm live next. I could be working on the TRS-80, could be working on a Mac, I could be working on an Atari, could be working on an Apple IIe. I could be working on a TI-99 4A, could be an Apple IIc. Could be, I'm trying to look at other computers that could be an MSX computer. Who knows, one of these days I might even pull out the, I don't know, oh, I got a box in front of it. No, actually you can see the edge of it. Might even pull out a keyboard. Oh. Yeah. Might be a keyboard hiding back there. So, yeah, you never know what I might be working on for classic vintage computing. I even sometimes stream modern stuff, as you might have remembered my Threadripper, which, yeah, I'll probably do an update on that sometime. Spoiler alert. I bought a 5900X. You probably can see where that's going. Because I gave myself a deadline on when the Threadripper had to be done or else. And yeah, something happened. So unfortunately, the Threadripper build hit the or else clause. So I'm going to upgrade my 3600 with a 5900X. Don't worry. And Jeremy, if you're wondering, it was not actually, it was the case. I was about to say it wasn't the case. Actually, it's the case. I gotta take the entire thing apart and return the case to Amazon. But unfortunately, I hit the or else clause on the build because I told myself I have to deal with one or the other. I am not keeping both sets of parts. So I was like, okay, either the Threadripper is going to be done by the end of September, or the Threadripper is going to be done. As in, it's the one that gets sold on eBay. So unfortunately, due to a problem with the case that I didn't realize until I started to do cable management, it actually was physically damaged. That's the problem. So I got to return it to Amazon. It's like, well, the Threadripper build is done. I ordered a 5900X on Amazon. It actually came today. As much as I wanted to install it immediately, the heatsink's not going to be here till like Monday or Tuesday because the 5900X doesn't come with a heatsink. I would like to thank, I think it was Brock that told me, because I think it was one of my last streams, I was mentioning that, I thought the 5800X was a good price point, but he recommended the 5900X because it's easier to cool. So I might, I mean, I haven't actually done anything with the Threadripper parts, Jeremy. So can you send me a picture of the case? I could be swayed to extend the deadline if the case will actually work with the build. The problem is the radiator. If the radiator will not fit properly, then it's a no-go. Because I really just because how much heat a Threadripper puts out. So yeah, I have not actually, the Threadripper build is still upstairs. I didn't have a chance. I haven't had a chance yet to start taking it apart to actually do things with it. Be prepared. It's huge. So, it is possible that I could extend the deadline a little bit. This one had its own rate. Oh, wow. Well, okay, the Threadripper might have just gotten a reprieve. So, yeah, send me a picture of it, Jeremy. We'll see what it looks like. Threadripper might have gotten a reprieve. Might be a short reprieve, but we'll see. I'm a bit intimidated now when you're telling me that it's huge. It had its own radiators, plural. Your dog can fit in it. Please tell me your dog is not a Great Dane. If it's Great Dane huge, he's not tiny. Yeah, no. Please tell me it's not a Great Dane. Unless it is a Great Dane, then you probably should admit that it's a Great Dane. I'm hoping you're saying something like maybe a Labrador or a German Shepherd or something like that. Oh, I'm gonna have to see this case. You got me curious now, Jeremy. You got me curious. Anyways, okay, the Threadripper might have just gotten a reprieve. Well, what's returning different parts to Amazon? No, I will not be keeping the 5900X and the Threadripper. I can't. This was an either or. Oh, Beagle, Bassett, Heinz 57. Okay. You had me worried there for just a little bit that you were going to say German, that you were going to say Great Dane. Okay, at least it's not a Great Dane. Because I was imagining, the size case that I had the brilliant idea of buying back in the late 90s when I built my first computer. I would like to find another one of those cases, maybe. Actually, probably not. I don't really have room for it. I don't remember what the 5900X was, Jeremy. It was like 300 and like I think they're down to like $360. Yeah, it was like $368. Down from what I think they were at one point 570. So yeah, I realize some people might be thinking, wait a minute, why don't you just wait for the Ryzen, the 7000 series Ryzen? But well, that would be I did not want to pay the new platform tax because I'm totally happy with because I have a decent AM4 socket motherboard. It's it's got the 570 chipset, so it can do PCI Express 4. It's an ATX board, so it's got a nice complement of slots. I think it can take 2 NVMEs. I think both NVMEs are on PCI E4. So I mean, it's a decent board. It has like 2.5 gig Ethernet on it, so not too bad of a motherboard. But I didn't want to have to buy a new AM5 motherboard and then a new AM5 processor where I would be paying MSRP. And then I'm going to have to buy DDR5 RAM because AM5's on DDR5. When in reality, I don't think what I do while a Creative Cloud and specifically Premiere Pro is a memory hog. I don't think the slightly faster DDR5 RAM is really going to make a difference. Sure, I'm sure the clock speed on the 7000 processor, it probably would help there. I don't know if DDR5 or what the maximum amount of RAM might be. Maybe if I did go up, I could put more than 128 gigs of RAM in it at some point. But the problem is I have to pay the new platform tax. I'm totally happy with the motherboard I have. Totally happy with DDR4 RAM. Totally happy with PCI Express 4 because I don't really play games on it. I don't really have time for games. I live stream when I could be playing games. I play games with TRS-80s. It's kind of more fun because playing games hurts my hand, honestly. Although, Ron, if you are watching this on the replay, you do need to do another game stream. I will actually join one of your game streams and play games, even if I'm horrible at them. Even if it's a first-person shooter that I'm really horrible at. But yeah, I don't really have time for games. So I'm totally fine with the AM4 platform. 128 gigs of RAM is plenty. The PCI Express 4 is totally fine. I maybe would like to one of the AMD video cards for the current generation. Might be swayed to go for the next generation video card. That Premiere Pro might actually be able to use, but yeah, I'm totally fine with the AM4 platform. But yeah, Jeremy, the luckily the AM4 socket AMD processors, there are some pretty decent prices on them, probably because Amazon is starting to try to clear them out because they know the 7000 series is coming. Yeah, the 5900X I think it's at $368 right now, which is probably a pretty good price for it. I was totally happy to pay it. Yeah, I know the price might drop in a couple weeks for Amazon's Prime Day Part 2 this year, but well, I can use it now. I'm totally fine with that's a good price. And I could use the RAM I already have, although spoiler alert, I ordered a RAM upgrade kit. But I could use the RAM I have, DDR4. Totally fine. Trying to remember where I was going with that. Oh yeah, I don't have to buy a new license of Windows because I'm already licensed for Windows on that motherboard. That's the other thing. I was like thinking to go up to AM5, I'd have to buy the new processor at MSRP, a new motherboard at MSRP, DDR5 RAM at MSRP. I mean, I could use my solid state drive, and I'd have to buy Windows. So I'm like, or I could just buy a processor and get the benefit of a faster processor. Get it new. I got a warranty on it. Brock had recommended the 5900X just because it's easier to cool than the 5800X. I do know the 5600X might be a good upgrade path if you don't need to go for the 12 cores. I think the 5600X might just be the 6-core version, but I don't remember what they wanted for it, but it actually was at a pretty good price too. But from the 3600 I have up to a 5600X wasn't really that big of a jump. So I just thought the 5900X was a good compromise on the AM4 platform because the 5950X, while it's probably also at a good price right now, you pay the premium because it's the top tier processor. And I think Premiere Pro and After Effects, you have diminishing returns after 8 cores. So that's kind of why, the other reason why I initially thought 5800X, but Brock said the 5900X is easier to cool because it's got the two chips. Because I think the 5800X, all 8 cores are on one die, whereas on the 5900X, you have 2 dies that have 6 cores each, so the heat is spread out. So Brock was saying it's easier to cool. So, plus I think the price difference between the 5800X and the 5900X wasn't really a lot for 4 extra cores, but you get diminishing returns with the Premiere Pro and After Effects, because I think Adobe's, even on their recommendations, clearly says that the sweet spot is 8 cores. And in fact, I think one of the two, I don't remember if it's, I think it's Premiere Pro. I think After Effects can use more than 8 cores. I think Premiere Pro, if I read Adobe's site right, they pretty much implied that it won't use more than 8 cores anyways. So Jeremy, you're running a 4700G with 8 cores and 16 threads. Yeah, that's actually not a bad combo. Yeah, so right now my Ryzen, my AM4 system has the 3600 in it. So it's just the 6 cores and 12 threads. I guess the reason why when I didn't, if you're wondering, I didn't order the 5900X until I ran into the problem with the case and knew I was not going to get that fixed before my initial Threadripper deadline. So that was the, but yeah, the 4700Gs are OEM chip, because I was trying to think, wait a minute, where is that in the product lineup? So, but yeah, the 5900X was the kind of the point where I kind of thought about it, and at first I was kind of like, I don't know if I really want to buy the processor now, but then I realized, and the reason why I went ahead and ordered it for the computer from Amazon, so I have a return period, and I haven't opened the processor, and I won't actually open it till I'm sure I'm going to install it. So if I realize the Threadripper's deadline gets extended, I'm not going to open the processor. But I realized that I took a quick look on eBay what the used 3rd generation Zen chips were going for, and I realized that no, I just want to buy one. If I'm going to buy a processor like that, I want to buy it new, so I have the AMD warranty. Because I'm probably not going to do the PPO overclocking since that voids your warranty. I was like, if I'm going to buy one of these processors, I just want to buy it new, have a warranty. I don't think I've ever had a processor go bad, but given the savings on trying to go used on something so new, the savings weren't worth it to risk actually getting a dud of a chip and not having a warranty. So that's why I'd ordered the processor. I ordered it now since you can still get them from a reputable reseller like Amazon, so that I knew I was actually getting the legit thing and not something someone's put in a box and made it look new. So that's why I ordered it. I mean, yeah, 7000 series is here. I'm sure the Zen 3 chips will probably be available for some period. Although at some point AMD may have actually stopped making them to put in the channel, but I mean, they'll still be around for a little while they get sold. But that's kind of why I bought the 5900X. I decided I want one that's under warranty. The savings on buying a used one weren't worth it. I even kind of looked on what if I did like the 3900X? And those, I was like, I'm not saving enough to bother with that. I just want to buy the new one, be done with it. Because I did think of that, of the 3900X, it's Generation 2 Zen. It still has PCI Express 4. It's going to be the 12-core, 24-thread. But I looked at what those are going for. I was like, no, I'll just buy if I'm going to get one of the faster processors, I want to do it now, or you can get one from reputable seller with a warranty. And but yeah, I built your own AM4 PC SSD. PNY SSD died. Yeah, I have my brands that I like on SSDs. PNY is not one of them. So I've got Samsung SSDs in my video editing computer. My streaming computer here down in the basement. Yeah, I will stop streaming here in a moment. It's got a Plextor SSD. Plextor is not usually one of the brands I go for, but the reason why I have the one I do down here is because the HP Z420 doesn't support NVMe, but the Plextor SSD that I have has a boot ROM on it. So I can actually boot from that SSD so that I didn't have to buy 2 SSDs. Because I don't edit videos on this streaming computer down here. It's just for streaming. Or, I mean, if I'm not streaming and I'm working something on the workbench, because that does happen. Well, I mean, I can watch YouTube or something on it, but it just needed an SSD because I'm not doing video editing. Yes, I do record the stream with OBS, but the SSD is fine for that. It's not something that's bandwidth intensive. It's not like I'm trying to render a video where it's loading multiple videos at the same time and writing it out. So, oh yeah, I had to buy a HP Pavilion Gaming for the graphics card in May of 2021. I feel your pain, Jeremy. Feel your pain. Ask me how I bought the Ryzen 5 3600 and the one of the video cards I had at one point, which I've since sold that video card, but yeah, sometime in 2021 I bought a gaming computer for the well, actually I kind of had bought it for because it was a fully built AM4 system, but I quickly ran into the fact that I guess because it wasn't clear what motherboard was in the computer, I ended up taking the video card and processor that were in it out and putting those on in another case with a different motherboard. I can't remember what video card it was. It was one that wasn't that. I mean, it was workable. I mean, it was I think it was a PCI Express 4 card. Only 8 channels, though. It was an AMD card, I believe. It was... Oh, it was a 5700. So it was kind of one of the lower end. I mean, it was better than nothing. I actually had that in my video editing computer for a while. Until I got the RTX 3060 in December when I finally made it to because I was on the EVGA waitlist for an RTX 3060. So that's what's in. Okay, no, that's not what's in my video editing computer right now. Because I need to send the card back to EVGA for repair because the fan is grinding. It makes a grinding noise when it spins up or spins down, and it's getting annoying. And I pulled the card out half expecting there was going to be dust clogged in the fans, but actually the fans look pretty clean. I was actually surprised. So I think there is something weird with the fans. When they spin up or spin down, and it's very audible. It's really annoying. I'm going to call EVGA. I just need to get a chance to call EVGA and see what they say. So at the moment, I've pulled the card out. I actually have a GTX 1060 in it because I managed to. It was last week. I managed to find someone on Facebook Marketplace that was selling locally. Selling 1060. I think they had just dropped the price down to $100 because I had seen it before and it was at $300 and I wasn't going to bite at $300. They had bought it for gaming, but they didn't play many games. They were selling it for $100. It looked clean. I had no reason to believe they were mining with it because of how clean the card was. I actually asked them though, did you mine with it? They said no. I bought it for games and sadly didn't play them. It seemed like someone I could trust. They were local. actually really local. So I was like, okay, I gave him $100 for it. Met them at Lowe's. He handed me the card. I looked at it. It was exactly what was described. I could see it was the 1060 with 6 gigs of RAM based on the label. It looked clean. And I mean, I realized that miners clean the cards or try to clean them to make them look clean for you to sell. But I really think I have no reason to believe he mined with it. I think he really did buy it for gaming and didn't play much games and then just was like, I don't need this fancy of a card. It looked clean as in it was hardly used. So I got it because I knew I was probably going to have to send my 3060 back for warranty and I didn't want to not have a video card. It was worth the $100 to me to have a spare card. The 1060 is not too bad. I mean, for video editing, yeah, granted, I'm not going to be playing the latest new games at 4K, high details. Reference my previous statement, I don't have time for games. It'll be totally fine for video editing while I send the card to EVGA and they repair it and send it back to me. So, and then, I don't know, I might then sell that card for $100. I might keep it. I might hold on to it. I might actually, when I get the 3060 back, I might actually put it in my streaming computer down here and sell the 970 that's in the streaming computer. Because actually, I kind of like the thought of keeping the 1060. So, I don't know. I probably will keep it. I mean, $100 for a 1060. I could have probably haggled him down another $20, but it was so clean. I was like, I'm not going to haggle. I don't want to like not get the card because he didn't want to haggle. So I was like, so anyways, it was actually, that was my Facebook Marketplace find of the month probably was the spare video card so I can send the 3060 to EVGA and not be without a video card for 2 weeks. So, yeah. So, anyways, I think with that, the adventures of retro and modern computing, I'm going to call the stream to a close. I would like to thank everyone for joining and hope to see you all next time on my channel. Or if you're browsing the YouTubes, hopefully we'll be on Dave's Vintage Apple Tech on Sunday. I don't have any reason to believe that I won't be. So hopefully I'll be there. I've got plenty of things to work on. And keep an eye out on Twitter for when I decide if I'm going to stream every week or if I'm going to stream next week or if I'm going to do October like I did September of every other week. I do have enough things that I may be able to stream every week. It was kind of the other reason I only did every other week this month is because I was kind of looking like I might run out of things to do and I kind of wanted to dedicate on Tandy this month. So anyways, I'm leaning towards streaming every week next month because I don't think the extra 2 nights of streaming is going to impact trying to get scripted videos out. But keep an eye out for that. I'll make an announcement soon because October is only given the fact that it's now past midnight here, October is only tomorrow. And on that lovely note, knowing that I do have to be at work later today, thank you all for joining and have a good night. And I hope to see you next time. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support I hope to see you next time, and until then, take care!